and Representative Yolanda.
Good morning, everybody. We are going to convene the Environment Committee meeting for today, March 3rd, 2023. It is 10:09, and we are going to recess briefly so that we can deal with a potential amendment. It should not take very long, so I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Okay. We're reconvening the Environment Committee meeting. It is 10:25 a.m. Thank you very much for everyone's patience. First off, we'll go to remarks by the chairs, Roman numeral 2, and I'm going to kick it off by saying, for the record, that Representative Palm had a family matter to attend to, so she will not be able to be here with us physically this morning. But hopefully we'll be able to vote by the end of the day today. Senator Lopes.
No comments.
Senator Harding. Representative Callahan. Huh? Okay. I don't see Senator Hokenel on the Zoom here, so we're going to go to Roman numeral 3, bills for review. The first one is House Bill 6606, an act concerning the use of certain products made from polystyrene. It's a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Michelle. The JFS language is just a piece at the end that specifically exempts chronic disease hospitals from the legislation. The rest of the legislation is the same as it was for the public hearing. This would require schools, regional, vocational, technical, in the state of Connecticut to discontinue use of polystyrene trays by July 1st of 2025. And it would also require any restaurant owners or caterers to discontinue use of polystyrene takeout containers, commonly known as clamshells. Any questions or discussion? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly understand the positive environmental aspect of this. I think that we should be working to try to limit and eventually eliminate the use of polystyrene from our waste stream. I think it does have a negative environmental impact, and I certainly support that aspect and the noble cause for which the bill is being presented. But like many bills in this building, there are noble causes, and that's one of them. But I think there also are unintended consequences of the bill, and that's some of the things that concern me. I believe it concerns some of my other colleagues who might elaborate further on that. But this is specifically targeting restaurants, and we know what our restaurants have gone through over the past 3 years now. They have struggled through COVID when their industry was essentially shut down with the exception of takeout. And now it seems like we're forcing them to use a much more expensive alternative on that one mechanism by which they were making any sort of revenue during COVID. And I think since COVID, I think we have seen an increase in takeout. And I just inherently have concerns about that, particularly upon that industry. When we talk about restaurants in our state, we know local restaurants in our districts, in our communities. Many of these are mom and pop family operations. These are middle-class individuals that are running a restaurant, using their passion to be able to make a living, and putting on that additional cost at this particular time, particularly with inflation where it is. We know what inflation is like. We all go to the grocery store every week and see what food costs currently. Obviously, restaurants are dealing with the same exact thing when it comes down to their increased costs. To now place a further burden on them, I have significant concerns and reservations with, and that's my opposition to this bill. It is not an opposition to the noble aspect of it, as I said, which is trying to address this in our waste stream, which is bad for our waste stream. I agree. It is placing a further burden on cost on an industry that I believe should not have that burden placed upon them by the state at this time. So I thank you for allowing me to make my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else in the room with comments? Representative Cooley, followed by Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about the phone. I apologize. I want to echo what ranking member just said. In my district, we've had a number of long-term restaurants close. I believe that the marketplace is shifting so that polystyrenes are being phased out. But adding any kind of extra cost onto the restaurant industry right now, with so many that have essentially been eating up their cash reserves just to stay open, is problematic. While the bill is very well intentioned, and I think that we are moving that way as a society away from the polystyrenes, and I agree with that. I cannot support a bill that I think could possibly put more long-term restaurants out of business in my district, and we've had too many close in the last 6 months to a year. And I know that they're very stressed out financially because they've had serious cash flow problems due to COVID, and with the fine structure on this and increasing their costs right now, I think this is essentially could be the straw, proverbial straw for a number of them. And we'll get to the straw bill later, kind of a little foreshadow.
Plastic straw.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first part of this bill mandates public schools, and if I understand it correctly, also public colleges and universities, which I don't know why we need a law for this. Those are already under state control. As far as the restaurant part, I understand most restaurants are complying already or already trying to phase it out because, you know, it might help their appeal to some customers. So I agree with those three who spoke before me. We also had testimony that polystyrene is recyclable, not verified that, but one person to testify that, but we're not doing it. But main reason I'm opposed is because Connecticut has been rated the most business unfriendly state of the 50 by at least one organization, and this will just reinforce that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, thank you. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on a couple of my colleagues with regards to the issue of restaurants, I would agree with the sentiment that restaurants have known that this was coming for a long time. I mean, that's the way of the world. People are demanding that they be more friendly, environmentally friendly. So they've known that it's been coming, and as was mentioned just a minute ago, many of the restaurants have made preparations for that. And many of their customers are insisting that they move in that direction. So I don't think that that's anything to be overly concerned about. But to address the concern of the ranking member, I would just point his attention to lines 55 through 64 of the substitute language. So substitute language is LCO 5231. Lines 55 through 64 require a report from public health and DEEP to report on the need to establish a hardship waiver from the provisions of this section for any restaurant or caterer with a demonstrated financial hardship directly caused by the provisions of this section. So by doing this legislation, we are acknowledging that there may be financial hardship, and we're instructing two state agencies to address that. So I don't know if that will satisfy the ranking member completely, but I wanted to bring that to his attention and to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Representative D'Amico's comments and also my colleagues on from our caucus. This bill has come up as we know over the past couple of years, and the industry should be on notice that this is something that we'd like to we'd phase out. I would hope the free market can take care of that now that we've made this committee and this body has made it quite public that that's what we're looking to do. But as the good ranking member sitting to my left did mention, there's a lot of restaurants in my district that went to complete takeout, and they're looking for alternatives to these polystyrene products now. So I'm under the belief that hopefully the free market will phase this out and not hurt our local and state businesses in the process. But I appreciate the comments that came before me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else with any comments? Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, just a question and a comment with respect to this bill. Question for you, Mr. Chair. Under subsection H, it states the provisions of subsection B of this section shall not be construed to apply to any patient care unit in chronic disease hospital or rehab facility. So hospitals and rehab facilities. But in subsection G, nothing in this section shall be construed to preempt any municipal ordinance that is more restrictive than the provisions of this section concerning the provision or distribution of a single-use container by an owner or operator of a restaurant or containering business to a consumer. So my question is, would subsection G supersede subsection H? And I ask that because the G is very specific in that it would apply only to the owner or operator of a restaurant or catering business to a consumer. So I just want to make sure that that would not apply to a municipality that does have an ordinance that already restricts polystyrene products at hospitals or rehab facilities.
Thank you, Representative. I would agree with your take on this in that the section H is for areas of the state that do not have a stricter ban on this material. I think to answer your question, subsection G takes precedence over subsection H. That's my read of the bill.
Okay, and secondly, just in response to some of my Republican colleagues, very much respect their point of view and being passionate about keeping our small businesses whole. I would just note that in our town where I represent in Groton, we implemented a plastics reduction ordinance several years ago. I would argue that since the pandemic, Mystic has become the restaurant capital of Connecticut. Now we have grown as far as the number of restaurants we have despite this plastics reduction ordinance. We're very proud of it. Restaurants complied. They didn't oppose the implementation of it, of the ordinance. There was a lot of education on the back end so that we could get businesses on board. So I would hope that all of us, regardless of party, that we can do our part to educate those businesses and work with our small businesses regarding the education of why it is so important. And as one of my other colleagues mentioned, it is the policy is awfully popular amongst the people and certainly the folks who frequent these businesses. And I'm glad we're taking this step today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else with any comments or questions? Senator Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for a second time. I feel like it's like a primary debate. He mentioned me, so I should get my 30 seconds.
I think you're okay.
So I would just say that I appreciate the good former chairs acknowledgement of that section, but I through you and to you, I'm assuming, Mr. Chair, that section does not necessarily require, it simply just says that DEEP or DPH should look into this, correct?
That is my read of the language, Senator.
And we also don't know what requirements they would have, meaning they could require, for example, that a restaurant would have to show that they're taking a loss or something like that, correct? We don't know what the requirements would be to even be eligible for this exemption. Is that correct, Tim?
It would be safe to say that showing a loss would be included in some of the criteria.
Okay. So even okay, well, I'm not going to go there, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else with any comments or questions? Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just wanted to point out that my honorable colleague, Kevin Ryan, was nice enough to get a coffee and bring it up here in a compostable cup with a compostable tray. And he's a perfect gentleman and I appreciate it. But a lot of the restaurant folks are already changing over. You can go to restaurants now in some towns and get your food, your takeout food in a cardboard box. The bill has a delayed effective date anyway. So when they exhaust this year's pile of styrofoam, they can reorder with the cardboard. So we're giving them a decent time to get ready, and I think that's fair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Anyone else with any comments or questions? Seeing none, I would just like to wrap up this by echoing Representative Mashinsky's comments that July 1st of next year gives individuals a ample opportunity to go through existing stock. This is been market driven. Not the first time we're entertaining this. So the restaurants have to know that it's coming. We were asked to hold this bill pre-pandemic in order to get through the pandemic. So we did out of courtesy to the restaurants. And if anything, because the trend is leaning toward much more takeout than normal, there's no better time than to make the switch. So with that being said, would the committee clerk please call the roll on this bill, House Bill 6606, a JFS, to the floor?
House Bill 6606, an act concerning the use of certain products made from polystyrene, JFS, to the floor, LCO 5231. Senator Lopes?
Yes.
Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Senator Hochdell?
Senator Hockendahl votes yes.
Representative Palm? Senator Harding?
Representative Palm votes yes. And for the record, Madam Clerk, I am a passenger in a car, not the driver. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Harding?
Senator Harding votes no.
Representative Callahan?
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Anderson?
I vote no.
Senator Anwar? Representative Representative Arzeno?
Representative Arzeno votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baumgartner?
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Representative Chafee? Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley votes no based on my previous comments.
Representative Dancho? Representative D'Amico?
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon? Representative Dubitsky? Representative Felipe?
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Representative Gaston? Sorry, Senator Gaston? I apologize, Senator. I think you might have been on mute. I can't still hear you. I will come back.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. I just heard your voice, Senator Gaston votes. I didn't hear the final vote, but
I vote yes.
thank you, Senator.
Okay.
Very appreciated. Representative Harrison?
Representative Harrison votes no.
Representative Horn?
Representative Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee? Representative Michelle?
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky?
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day? Representative Parker? Representative Piscopo?
No. Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rader?
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes?
Representative Reddington Hughes votes no.
Representative Reyes? Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan, the perfect gentleman, votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith? And Representative Beach?
Rep Beach votes no.
Thank you. That concludes the votes that I have at this time, Representative. I didn't know if you were holding the votes open, if that was stated at this time.
We are holding the votes open this afternoon until 5. Next, we're going to skip item number 2 so that we can get some housekeeping done on 6608, and we're going to move on to number 3 under Roman numeral 3, House Bill 6609, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for smoke detectors. It would be a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by anyone?
Seconded.
Thank you, Representative Cooley. The bill, the JFS language changes the date in the first sentence to January 1st of 2024 for DEEP to come back with a study as far as best practices go for disposing of and potentially recycling residential smoke detectors. In the interest of where we're going with this bill, the industry has provided language of a stewardship model that we are reviewing at this point. Going forward, this bill could potentially be altered in the future based on the industry's willingness to help the state out with recycling and proper disposal. But for the moment, this bill would remain a study bill. Any comments or questions? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate all the interested parties coming together on this to come up with what seems to be a collaborative solution to something that we certainly need to address here in our state. So just want to say that. And with that said, if there's no objection, I would ask that this be placed on a consent calendar, or I would make a motion. You might make the motion to open a consent calendar. Brad's probably going nuts right now.
Brad.
It's just a motion to start a consent calendar.
I'm a lawyer.
I mean, you read my mind.
So I make a motion to start a consent calendar, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on a beginning a consent calendar? Seeing no objection, please begin the consent calendar with House Bill 6609. Moving on to item number 4 under Roman numeral 3, Senate Bill 100, an act establishing an account in the general fund to provide grants to towns that need PFAS testing and remediation. It would be a JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Cooley. This would be a non-lapsing PFAS testing account to potentially test for and remediate PFAS in drinking water supplies to the tune of $25 million. I can't say I've had a discussion with the chairs of the Appropriations Committee who have indicated that they will be doing a PFAS funding component in our budget that we vote on later on in the spring. So the request had been made to send this bill, which I'm sure will be sent to appropriations. Any comments or questions? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I think it's an excellent bill. I support it, but I also want to express a will to see some ban also of PFAS. I think that's very important, and that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this bill specifies water testing. I would hope that we can entertain including soil testing in this at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And when the the bill finds its way to appropriations, I will be there to advocate with you. Any other questions or comments? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if there's no objection, I would ask that this also be placed on the consent calendar.
Seeing no objection, please add Senate Bill 100 to the consent calendar. Moving on to item number 5, House Bill 5608, an act concerning certain solar photovoltaic facilities located on prime farmland of statewide importance, or core forest lands. It's a JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Senator Harding. This bill is a JF to the floor. It would require a photovoltaic facility of at least 2 megawatts located on farmland to provide a decommissioning bond for the facility. The logic being, when it comes time to decommission the array, the chances are of the original company still being in existence is in question. There is siting council requirements for the siting of the facility, but this would be a backup a guarantee for the farmland to be restored to its original state. Any comments or questions? Don't see any in the room or virtually. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would ask this to be placed on consent without objection.
Thank you. Please add House Bill 5608 to the consent calendar. Moving on to the next item, House Bill 6607, an act concerning the nighttime lighting of state-owned buildings at certain times for the protection of birds. It would be a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by
Second, Baumgartner.
seconded by Representative Baumgartner. The JFS language just tweaks the start date of the spring bird migration to March 15th, as opposed to what it was originally, which was April 1st. The bill would require state-owned buildings to turn off their illumination between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. as long as it did not cause a safety or function problem. Any comments or questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to say that in the future, we might think of expanding this just because of the savings for the taxpayer on the non-essential lighting during that period of time, especially taking less tax on our grid. So in the future, we might think of expanding this on non-essential lighting. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I would concur with that in hopes that DAS, well, we were hoping that DAS was already doing it, but this kind of pushes them in the right direction. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none in the room or virtually. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no objection on this, I'd ask this also be placed on consent, please.
Thank you, Senator. Please place House Bill 6607 on the consent calendar. Moving on to the next item, House Bill 6610, an act concerning no net loss of state forest lands. We are holding this bill for today. So thank you for your understanding and patience on that item. Next is House Bill number 6479, an act concerning climate resiliency funds and projects. It's a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Michelle. This bill's JFS language includes a couple of technical language tweaks suggested by the Treasurer's Department, Treasurer's Office, by the Treasurer, to improve the bill, which we have done in the JFS language. This bill basically enables a municipality that has decided to create a climate resiliency fund, the ability to engage the state treasurer in an effort to maximize return on those funds and potential identification of federal funds that this funding, state funding, could be used to match as we go forward. Any questions or comments? Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Karen.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I think there's in the climate debate that usually in this building, I think there's some common ground, and I think resiliency funds are that common ground. I think we should fortify our infrastructure to take a hard weather event, if you will, or but my concern goes to Section 3 of this bill. We say the state shall maximize federal funds. I think maybe the treasurer should look into all federal funds, of course, and analyze if it's a sound investment. Just with the blanket statement that we will maximize our federal funds, there's a lot of red tape there's a lot of issues that go with receiving federal funds. So I think an analysis of the federal fund and maybe look into it. I think we should provide a check and balance on Section 3 of this bill. I think we'll take a look at it when it hits a money committee, but for now, I could support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Senator Harding.
And when you get Representative Piscopo to speak in favor of a bill, you put it on consent. So with that said, I'd ask this to be placed on.
Thank you, Senator. Please place House Bill 6479 on the consent calendar. Moving on to Senate Bill 896, an act concerning tree removal on properties under the control of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. This would be a JFS to the floor. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Senator Harding. This bill would, the JFS language of this bill would ask DEEP to create a report to be submitted to the Environment Committee, basically telling us how they've adhered to their own tree removal protocol, meaning where they have taken trees down in the last year, how many, species, what's the replanting program upcoming for that. Those are the JFS changes to the original language. Any comments or questions? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the committee for bringing this before us today. This is a really positive measure. I think what happened in the district I represent with Houstonic Meadows State Park, that's incidents we're trying to avoid here. And I think that my understanding is I know DEEP has put in certain protocols in place to avoid situations in which there's clear cutting in the manner that there was last 2 falls ago at Houstonic Meadows. So I think this is another mechanism by which we as a legislature can review cutting at state parks and make sure that the beauty and the nature that we have there remains intact in the manner that our residents want to see it remain intact. I think this is a nice step towards that. I do support it, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. And I believe if there's no objection, I would ask this be placed on consent.
Seeing no objection, please place Senate Bill 896 on the consent calendar. Moving on to the next item, Senate Bill 120, an act requiring the Connecticut Airport Authority to comply with the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act for any historic structures and landmarks under the authority's control. The bill is a straight JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by seconded by Senator Harding. The bill expands the availability of court and administrative actions under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act to the unreasonable destruction of properties under the care, custody, and control of the Connecticut Airport Authority. And those properties that have structures or landmarks determined historic by an historic society, SHPO, for example, located on any host municipalities, Connecticut Airport Authority facilities. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Senator Harding.
Without objection, I would ask this be placed on consent.
Seeing no objection, please place Senate Bill 120 on the consent calendar. Moving on to the next bill, Senate Bill 121. That's a nice number. 121, an act requiring environmental impact evaluations for certain actions of the Connecticut Airport Authority. That's a straight JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Callahan. This bill, similar to the previous, requires property acquisition by the Connecticut Airport Authority and the expansion of property under its care, custody, or control to be subject to public and state review for potential environmental impacts. Any questions or comments? Seeing none in the room or virtually, Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and without objection, I'd ask this be placed on consent.
Without objection, please place Senate Bill 121 on the consent calendar. Next is Senate Bill 965, an act providing funding for the removal of hazardous or dead trees by municipalities. It's a straight JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by let's have someone different. Representative Ryan seconded it. The bill allows for OPM to authorize expense reimbursement to municipalities for hazardous tree removal or trimming of non-utility related hazardous branches, limbs, and trees on municipal property. We all have heard from our municipalities about the number of trees that have reached the end of their lifespan or have been damaged in storms or unfortunately have been the victim of invasive species and the cost to remove them. This bill would appropriate $15 million to that end. And similarly to Senate Bill 100, the conversation with the Appropes leadership, they have asked for us to send them this bill. So this can be included in our budget negotiations as we go forward. Any comments or questions? Seeing none in the room or virtually, Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will say I do wholeheartedly support this measure, and I have heard from municipalities that I'm fortunate enough to represent about the necessity for these funds, and I do hope that when it gets to appropriations, the money is allocated towards that, towards this initiative. So with that said, I would ask this be placed on consent if there's no objection.
Seeing no objection, please place Senate Bill 965 on the consent calendar. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. A straight JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Senator Lopes. The bill prohibits drilling for oil or gas, whether exploratory or otherwise, in seismic mapping in state coastal waters. The bill also prohibits state agencies from issuing or approving permits, leases, contracts to that end. Any comments or questions? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we had quite a bit of discussion on this during the public hearing. And the way I understand it, we don't have any oil or gas deposits in Connecticut waters anyway, but the seismic graphing that's used for oil and gas exploration, apparently there's, from what I've read, there's a difference between the seismic mapping of the ocean floor for the placement of wind turbines. And as you know, there's been some investigation going on with seismic mapping right now between the mainland and the Cape and Islands. And suddenly we're seeing whales and dolphins wash up along the East Coast. Many with this seismic exploration, it interferes with their ability, the mammals' ability to use their own sonar to navigate. And often they have to surface. Sometimes they're hit by vessels. But I have concerns with we want to ban it for one thing and not the other. I'm very curious as to why we're suddenly having this influx of whales and dolphins being killed. But also in the Commissioner of Deep's testimony, she said the commissioner stated she'd be okay with banning it for oil and gas exploration, banning seismic testing, but not for wind turbine placement. So I'm struggling with that dichotomy there. If it's bad for one, it's bad for the other. And I understand the seismic testing could be different, but the last I checked, whales and dolphins did swim between the ocean floor and the ocean surface. And if the seismic testing even just touches the ocean surface to map the ocean floor to map the topography, then I suspect that that's interfering. So there's the issues I have with this bill. And I'm not sure if I can support it based on the fact that I'm seeing these mammals washing up and down the shore, and we're exempting that. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also worry about the cetaceans when it comes to sound pressure underwater. It definitely impacts behavior or could be cause injury or worse. But I believe this bill is only talking about coastal waters versus marine waters of our state. And so there's no placement of offshore wind turbines in Long Island Sound. These are going out 40 miles out, I believe 35 miles out. So I'm not sure if the geography of cognizance to this bill is actually matching anything offshore wind development. I don't believe so. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my knowledge, there are no oil or gas deposits in Long Island Sound. The ones that exist are south of Long Island, off the coast of New Jersey, and that would require permits by the federal government, which currently would not be allowed. So if the issue is high frequency commercial seismic surveying, this is a bill that won't achieve anything because there won't be any oil or gas exploration in Long Island Sound in our coastal waters. So if we're worried about the high frequency seismic surveying, which there are great indications is a problem for marine life, especially mammals, whales, and dolphins, this bill does not achieve any benefit. So I would highly recommend that if we're worried about the high frequency seismic surveying, we should be drafting a bill that addresses that and its use in Long Island Sound instead of the current bill, which seems to be more about posturing than actually solving a problem. And it is a serious problem. We have huge numbers of aquatic mammals washing up ashore. And if we're going to address the problem, we have to address the problem. And I don't see where this bill does anything towards that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cooley. Any other comments or questions? I don't see any in the room or virtually. And I would just like to wrap with saying from the testimony that we've heard, it seems that the intensity of the different methods of seismic testing vary. Apparently, for oil and gas, it is more intense. For things like the blue plan that we just passed here in the state, that mapping of the Long Island Sound floor was done at a much lower intensity, frequency, if you will, going forward. So that being said, Madam Clerk, please call the roll for House Bill 5602, straight JF to the floor.
A roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 13, House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. The motion is to JF this bill to the floor. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Grasso.
Yes.
Senator Hockenell.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm. Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Anderson.
Representative Anderson votes no.
Senator Anwar. Senator Representative Arzeno.
Representative Arzeno votes yes.
Representative Baumgartner. Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley votes no.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative D'Amico.
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitsky. Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Harrison. Representative Horn. Representative McGee. Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky.
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day. Representative Parker. Representative Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rader.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Could you repeat that, please?
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Apologies, I was calling Representative Rader, but I've marked that down.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Representative Reddington Hughes votes no.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Harrison.
Yeah.
Votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have that, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, as a reminder for everyone, we will be holding the votes open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. The next item is House Bill 6611, an act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. It's a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Ryan. The bill's JF language pushes out the start date to June 1st of 2024. It also returns the license to an annual status as opposed to 3-year. The bill also allows the town clerks to offer dog license renewals, both online and in person. If someone chooses to go to their town hall to renew the license, the bill sets the fee at $15 per dog going forward. Any comments or questions? Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's a very efficient system that we are proposing in this bill, which I really like. And it makes it a convenience for the consumer, which I really like. I have one concern about it. Not enough to vote no on it, I don't think, but we're taking out the differential fee. We used to charge more for an unspayed, unneutered animal than the spayed and neutered, because we were trying to encourage folks to do the right thing and have their animals spayed to reduce unwanted dogs and cats being taken to the local pound. And so now we're talking about getting rid of that differential. So I'm uncomfortable with that aspect of the bill. And maybe somebody could reassure me why this is going to be okay, but I'm a little nervous about it. But the rest of the bill is great, and it's going to really help make a more efficient, streamlined system that is user-friendly. So for that reason, I guess I'm going to vote yes on this, but I'd like to find out from some of the animal folks whether they think this loss of the differential fee is going to be a problem in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Any other comments or questions? Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo some of Representative Mashinsky's concerns of why we are taking out the ability for, a spay and neuter, which we try to encourage. I also am very concerned about the increase from $7 to $15. There's already a large non-compliance component out there at $7. So I struggle with how we're going to increase compliance when we raise it to 15. Part of compliance means that they have a rabies vaccine. So non-compliance means, do they have one or don't they have one, which makes the investigation of a dog bite that much more difficult. Because there probably is not a compliance component and a rabies vaccine. Because of this, I really struggle with it, and I feel that I can't support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have concerns about the rising costs to the dog owners. We have a problem of, especially after COVID, you had a lot of people get pets for emotional reasons during the shutdown. We have a problem with those pets being abandoned, especially dogs. I personally believe that the raising the costs at this time may exacerbate that issue, which is already overtaxing our shelters. And we just had a shelter recently close. So I have concerns about increasing the costs to dog owners, both from letting their pets go or not being in compliance.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Representative Reddington Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern also lies in the fact that not only are we increasing the fees to all of the people that are involved, but then we are making the penalty for not doing this very, very low. So I find that it doesn't really make a lot of sense, to increase the fees, which is going to really affect the people that have always been there and done the right thing. And for the folks that are not doing the right thing, the fees for them, but, have really not done much. There's no big penalty for not going forward. So I do have a problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just just wanted to say I support the bill, but I would also echo the sentiments of my good colleague, Rep. Mashinsky, in bringing back the differential. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other comments or questions, just some initial feedback that I can wrap up with, feedback from DOAG, apparently along with DOAG and the town clerks, veterinarians were a part of this off-session working group. And they're indicating that some of the additional income that would be generated by an increase in the fee would be used to support spay and neutering of dogs. But we can have a conversation about dropping the overall fee as we move forward. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll for House Bill 6601, JFS to the floor.
A roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 14, House Bill 6611, an act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. The motion is to JFS to the floor and the relevant LCO is 5332. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockadell,
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Representative Palm, Senator Harding,
No.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Anderson,
No.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzeno, Representative Baumgartner, Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes no.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky, Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
Harrison votes no.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Representative Reddington Hughes votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Arseno vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Arzeno.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, we're going to be circling back to item number 2 on our agenda under Roman numeral 3. It's House Bill 6608, an act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants. It's a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion. Don't all scream at once. Senator Lopes makes the motion, seconded by Representative Reyes. The JFS language that alters the original bill would include a plastic stirrer into the language of the bill. Any comments or questions? Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out that Honorable Representative Kevin Ryan also brought up a compostable stirrer.
Are we talking about the same Representative Ryan? Oh, the man, the myth. Any other comments or questions? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the reasoning for the bill and really trying to reduce the plastic straws. My understanding from the language that we have before us currently is that it's really being done mostly for educational purposes. Putting the burden upon servers, particularly on a busy night, to remember that you have to ask before you put down a straw, et cetera. And that the fact that, there's a mechanism within the bill that would allow a local Department of Public Health to come in and essentially fine a restaurant based upon the fact that a server may have forgotten to ask that question before putting down a straw. And I think the answer that I received in regards to that concern from the committee leadership was that, again, this is really being done for educational purposes. This is not supposed to be punitive. And to that end, if that is in fact the case, which I know it is, I put an amendment in which I believe reflects the fact that this is truly educational. And what this amendment does, it's LCO number 5458. Simply what it does is strikes subsection C in its entirety and inserts the following in lieu thereof. And the following is subsection C: each owner or operator of a full service restaurant shall provide training regarding the requirements of this section to 1, each current employee of such restaurant not later than 90 days after the effective date of this section, and 2, each employee of such restaurant that is hired after such effective date not later than 30 days after such employee's date of hire. So basically what this does is it takes out the penalization aspect of the bill, which again reflects the fact that this is educational, and simply allows a owner to implement it into their training of new staff to encourage them and to advise them to please ask an individual if they want a straw before simply handing them the straw without asking. And so I offer that as an amendment. I don't know if I have a second. I'll second. And with that said, I'd ask my colleagues to support this amendment and we could vote forward on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Senator Harding to amend House Bill 6608 with LCO 5458. It was seconded by Representative Callahan. Is there any other discussion or questions concerning the LCO amendment? Representative Cooley.
I'm going to support this amendment, but I did want to point out, as someone who worked in the restaurant industry to pay for their college and graduate school, in many cases, what someone from the outside would see a server doing, if you have regulars. When I had regulars, my job was to get them in and out of the restaurant as fast as possible, and they tipped me well. It paid for college and grad school. When I got off the line and stopped cooking, I already know their answer of how they want the food prepared, served, and what utensils they wanted. So from the outside, as a server with regulars, I would never have to ask a question of what they wanted because I already knew it. So I think this amendment kind of takes that into consideration as well. Because I don't think every server has to ask their regulars every single time if they want a certain thing, because they're the regulars and you know what they want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I would entertain without objection a voice vote on this amendment. Seeing no objection, all those in favor of Amendment 5, LCO 5458 to House Bill 6608, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted into the bill. Any other questions or comments on the underlying bill? Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this amendment that passed that makes the bill less onerous. My thoughts are similar to the polystyrene bill. First, it does exempt, if I understand it correctly, fast food restaurants where you can help yourself to as many straws as you want. That strikes me somewhat as an not equal protection. Also, I agree with the intent of the bill to reduce the use of straws, and I think it allows an exception for those disabled, which I have a family member who needs to use a plastic straw. It does strike me as kind of we don't have to make everything good a law. It strikes me as somewhat nanny state and anti-business. So I'd like a roll call vote, and I oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions on House Bill 6608? Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for presenting this bill this morning. Now, I've had the privilege of sitting here for 7 years in the Environment Committee, and this has come up almost every single year. And I think through the process of our talking about the eventually banning the plastic straws, except where those situations where they're direly needed because the person has no other option. I think that the education piece has taken its own hold, and many restaurants and many end users have already gone either to the paper straw and or eliminated, and already are practicing this particular piece of legislation without us passing it. So I think it's time for us to move forward with this. So thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm just going to wrap it up with, look, I would love to ban all plastic straws everywhere, but I think this is a moderate step forward to keep in step with the market in that I think slowly exposed our constituents could get used to not requiring a plastic straw when they venture out of their homes, thinking that they're not using it at home when they eat, but I could be wrong. But the amendment, look, we're not trying to make this a gotcha kind of law. It's more of to the senator's point and education. People may be choosing not to use a plastic straw, and thus reducing our overall municipal solid waste volume of a product that is oftentimes one on the top of the list as far as litter goes. If you've participated in any of your municipalities' cleanup days, you could attest to. So that being said, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll for House Bill 6608 as amended by LCO 5458.
A roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 2, House Bill 6608, an act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants. The motion is to JFS to the floor. The JFS language is LCO 5239 and the amendment is 5458. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Greska.
Yes.
Senator Hockenell.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm. Senator Harding.
Yes.
Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Senator Anwar. Representative Arzeno.
Representative Arzeno votes yes.
Representative Baumgartner.
Representative Baumgartner votes yes.
Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitsky. Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Harrison.
Harrison votes yes.
Representative Horn.
Representative Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes.
Sorry, Rep. Rader votes yes.
Thank you.
Representative Reddington Hughes votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, votes will be held open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Moving on to the latter half of the agenda, our next bill is Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It's a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Senator Harding. This bill prohibits a deep commissioner from modifying or revoking a consent order unless the other party to the order agrees to the modification or revocation. As a note, under existing law, which is unchanged by this bill, the commissioner cannot modify a consent order's land remediation standards and requirements unless both parties agree. This proposed bill also allows the commissioner or a party to a consent order to seek declaratory and injunctive relief from the Superior Court to resolve any disputes. Any questions or comments on the bill? Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman, sorry. This is a very nasty bill, and we have killed this 4 times already in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. And I hope we're going to kill it again this year. And it's very rare that a consent order has to be changed. It's extremely rare. We know of one case where the regulated party was deceitful. They did not hand in correct scientific data. And it was discovered after the consent order was written up. There are other cases where the consent order was tied to a corporation that no longer exists, like a brownfield site, and the municipality might want to develop that site. And the other party is not even there anymore. So they're not used very often, but they're very important to be protected for the public health in particular. And this bill will say you need the consent of both parties, even if the other party is disappeared or the other party was deceitful. And for that reason, I can never support any version of this bill. And I hope my colleagues will join me in voting no on this bill today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Any other comments or questions? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly greatly respect Representative Mashinsky's thoughts in this committee. She's got a wealth of knowledge and respect her comments. However, I look at this bill a little differently, and in that what legal principle says is if you're going to come to an agreement, that both sides need to agree to come to that agreement. If you're going to modify that agreement, legal principle says that both sides need to come to an agreement on the modification of that agreement. So the existing law is contrary to what legal principle dictates, which is that both sides agree to something. And I think that the bigger concern that I have is the existing law, and what this is trying to remedy, in my opinion, is that existing law basically says that DEEP unilaterally can change an agreement midway through the agreement. And that is contrary to what I think is good policy. And I also think it's contrary, again, to legal principles. You know, if you have an individual, whether it be a business owner, whether it be a resident, that comes to an agreement with DEEP, they work on and expend and invest in what they've agreed to with DEEP. It isn't fair to any constituent for DEEP to come midway through that and say, no, we rethought about this unilaterally and change the terms of the agreement. That's contrary to what every legal principle would dictate. And in furtherance of what, you know, Representative Mishitsky had mentioned, whether an individual deceives DEEP, whether an individual isn't present, you know, there are mechanisms legally, you could change an agreement based upon all of those things. So if an individual is deceitful or doesn't disclose information to DEEP or the court, DEEP would have the absolute authority to go back to the court and say, Your Honor, we need to change this agreement as X, Y, and Z and A, B, and C were not provided to us. And that would be a reason by which the court could order a modification of that agreement. So what we're saying is it needs to be what I believe in this bill is just simply brought before the court if there's a reason to amend the agreement, and the court can then order it. It gives the individuals that are in the consent agreements with DEEP the proper due process of the law, and that's the reason I do support it.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments or questions? Representative D'Amico, followed by Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope the good ranking member respects my comments as much as those of the good representative from Wallingford. So I appreciate everything that he had to say. However, I think that there is some confusion about this bill. I think there's some confusion about what a consent order is and what it does. So as Representative Mashinsky pointed out a few minutes ago, on 4 separate occasions, this bill has been squashed either in committee or further up in the process, and there's a good reason for that. What we're attempting to do here is to take necessary enforcement authority away from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and I think that's a dangerous thing to do, and I think we should really slow down on this. So I would point out a couple of things to the good ranking member and to the rest of my colleagues here. Couple pieces of testimony were submitted. One from Save the Sound. They point out, and I quote, "This proposal mistakes a consent order for a private contract. It is not. Consent orders are enforcement mechanisms which give DEEP greater flexibility to protect human health and the environment." I will note further that Commissioner Dykes herself submitted testimony, as you might expect, on this proposal. And she says, quote, "A consent order is not a contract," unquote. And then further along, quote, "When a party enters into such a consent order, it accepts the order by consent, meaning that it accepts the order subject to DEEP's discretion to exercise its revocation authority," unquote. So again, I think it's a mistake. I think it's inaccurate to label this as a contract or an agreement between two parties. Clearly, according to what I have just noted, that is not the case. I will further note that again, this is a testimony submitted by Save the Sound. Our research has disclosed that no other states where the commissioner is unable to revoke an order if it is no longer protecting the public health or environment. So I think we really need to slow down on this and understand what we are doing here. And I think it's this is a dangerous thing to do, and I'm going to oppose this vigorously, as I have for the past 4 times that it came before this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Cooley, followed by Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By definition, a consent order is an agreement between two parties. It may be an agreement that is for a good public purpose, but once you allow it to be administratively changed by one party, unilaterally. You are entering essentially a reconfiguration of our basic fundamental system. We're going to a status system where a bureaucracy has ultimate authority. That is not what Connecticut has been based on since the fundamental orders. It's not what the American Republic is based on. We have mechanisms that if there's a bad actor in a consent order to legally go through the process, but if you allow it to be administratively changed by an administrative body, you are essentially going into a system of statism. That is not the system of government that we have in Connecticut, nor in America. I have deep reservations of allowing any administrative official to unilaterally change consent orders. We have a legal mechanism which handles that, and that should be followed. That's why I will vote for this bill.
Thank you, Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I'll just echo the words of my colleagues, Rep. Mushinski and Rep. D'Amico. Altering enforcement process, I would be entirely against, and invite our colleagues to vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And any other comments or questions? Representative D'Amico for the second time.
Thank you. I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chair. And again, I would dispute the characterization of this as an agreement. A consent order is not an agreement and is not a contract. But I just wanted to add one further note here to follow up on what Representative Mushinski mentioned earlier, talking about the need for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to modify or revoke the consent order. And again, this is from the testimony submitted by Save the Sound. Quote, "They may need to be modified or revoked in such circumstances as new data reveals that the consent order is insufficient to protect the environment and public health. The regulated entity misled DEEP when entering into the consent order. The regulated entity has since violated the consent order," unquote. So there are circumstances where we would all want DEEP to be able to revoke the consent order that was entered into. And I just named several of them for you. So again, this is bad, and I will always oppose this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. So whether we can call it a consent order or whether we call it an agreement or a contract, when two parties enter into an agreement, it's an agreement. We can call it whatever we wish to call it, but at the end of the day, it's essentially a contract. There's two parties that are agreeing upon the terms of how the regulated entity is supposed to follow. The DEEP is the agency in which they agree to those terms. The individual or the entity is the entity or individual that agrees to those terms. It's an agreement by both parties. You can call it a contract, you can call it a consent order. It's an agreement by both parties. Further, and I'll say it again, in regards to Representative D'Amico's points about when an individual is not disclosing information, when an individual is violating the order, all we're talking about is giving an individual or an entity proper due process of the law. You can go to a court when you have an agreement and say this individual is not following it. You can file a motion for contempt, you can file an injunction, and the court will hear it. And DEEP and the individual or the entity gets proper due process of the law in regards to that. That is absolutely a reason to modify an existing order. It's absolutely a reason. So it already can be done. All we're saying here is if you're going to do that, instead of simply doing it unilaterally, you need to go to court and allow that individual or entity proper due process of the law to address the issue you're having with the current order. So I look at this as a bill that simply gives the individuals and entities that are regulated by DEEP an opportunity to address a court with proper due process of the law. That's my distinction in this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative D'Amico for the third time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor this, but I think that this is relevant, and I think everyone needs to hear this. And So I mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to add one other phrase. So again, I'm looking at testimony from Commissioner Dykes from Deep. I presume it is accurate. I have no reason to believe that it's not accurate. And she says, quote, "When a party enters into such a consent order, it accepts the order by consent, meaning that it accepts the order subject to Deep's discretion to exercise its revocation authority. That authority is detailed in the standard language of Deep's consent orders." Unquote. So when the party enters into this, they know that they are that Deep can unilaterally revoke it, and they have agreed to that when they've entered into this. So it couldn't be more clear, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Your serve. Representative Cooley.
My support of this has nothing to do with revocation. If you have a consent order, party can revoke it. And then you go back to the beginning. My issue here is modifying. When you have one party being able to modify a consent order, consent agreement, however you want to term it, you are heading down the road of statism in which you're giving way too much power to one party. There is no check and balance. The whole system is based on check and balances. While it may be convenient today because you agree with where that power is going to be used, what must be understood, at some point, you're giving power to a non-elected official, and you're going to have somebody that you don't agree with in the future. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if we allow that kind of statism to creep into the system, eventually you will have somebody you disagree with using this power, and we're not going to be happy. We have a system of checks and balances. We've gone beyond it. We need to bring it back so we have the balance. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I'm taking the ball now. So thank you for the commentary, but we are going to have the clerk call the roll for Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. JFS to the floor.
A roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 15, Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. The motion is to JFS to the floor. The LCO is number 5229. Senator Lopes.
Yes.
Representative Gresco.
Yes.
Senator Hockadell.
Senator Hockadell votes yes.
Representative Palm. Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
Yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Arzeno.
Representative Arzeno, no.
Representative Baumgardner.
Rep. Baumgardner, no.
Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
Not surprisingly, Representative D'Amico is a no.
Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitsky. Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Gaston. Representative Harrison.
Harrison votes yes.
Representative Horn.
Representative Horn votes no.
Representative McGee. Representative Michelle.
Rep. Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky.
Representative votes no for the 5th time.
Representative O'Day. Representative Parker. Representative Piscopo.
Yes.
Representative Rader.
Rader votes no.
Representative Reddington Hughes.
Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes. Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, the votes will be held open till 5 o'clock this afternoon. The last single item on the agenda, House Bill 5215, an act establishing a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the state. JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by
Cooley, second.
Representative Cooley. The straight JF to the floor. Bill requires the Agriculture Commissioner to convene a working group by July of this year to recommend legislation to reduce the number of domestic animal attacks that result in death or serious injury to a person or another animal, and shorten the appeals process for animal control officers' disposal orders while ensuring due process for animal owners. Any comments or questions? Representative D'Amico.
Mr. Chair, aren't you glad this is the last item on the agenda?
Second to the last.
Second to, okay. So I appreciate the intent of this bill. I think it's necessary to establish this task force. However, we have been, the committee has been given notice by several advocacy groups that the composition of this working group that is proposed in House Bill 5215 is somewhat unbalanced. And I would note that a few years ago, in the year 2018, we actually voted on a similar bill that proposed to set up a working group that had a little more balance. For example, in that legislation from 2018, it was a strike all amendment to House Bill 5367, and the amendment was LCO 5978 from 5 years ago. And the working group at that time included a representative from Our Companions Animal Rescue, as well as a representative of the International Association of Animal Behavior Consultants. So when I look at what's proposed today, I don't see that same balance in this working group. And I would note further, for everyone's edification, that strike all amendment that I just made reference to that had a more balanced working group, that amendment was signed on to, among other people, by myself, by the good ranking member when he was a member of the House, and by Representative Dubitsky, who is I believe, the proponent of today's legislation. So if it was a good idea to balance the working group 5 years ago, according to my colleagues, I would offer that it's a good idea today to balance the working group. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the words of the good Representative D'Amico that this task force is not balanced, and clearly there was work in the past done to balance it. So it would be really nice to have seen that in the bill today. And outside of the outside of that, also I'm at odds with the title of the bill. I just think that the bill as is should not go through, but maybe there's discussion potentially with the proponents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Any other comments or questions? Representative D'Amico.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if we might be able to offer an amendment adding those two entities that I mentioned earlier. That would be a representative from Our Companions Animal Rescue, as well as a representative of the International Association of Animal Behavior Consultants. And if you would like me to make that in the form of a motion, I will be happy to do so.
Second.
You want to do it now?
I'm happy to do it now. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we add, I move to amend this legislation to add a representative of Our Companions Animal Rescue and a representative of the International Association of Animal Behavior Consultants.
Second.
Has your LCO been filed with the? with
It
the
has not,
clerk?
Mr. Chair.
We're gonna have a little 5-minute recess. Mr. Clerk, is it possible that at this time I can change one of my votes?
I believe
The
so.
committee is recessed. The committee is standing in recess. No one has the floor at this point. The committee is standing in recess.
Understood.
All right, we're back from recess. At this point, Mr. D'Amico. Will you go ahead?
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been advised that the more efficacious way of doing this is to pass the bill out of committee today with the understanding that the amendment that I proposed a couple of minutes ago will be added on the floor of the House when this bill is considered by the full House. So I would ask if that is an accurate understanding and that in fact that amendment will be offered on the floor of the House, Mr. Chair.
That should not be a problem.
Is that a yes, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
because I make all the amendments in the House. But
Thank you. Thank you.
seeing no other discussion,
Mr. Chair, there is other discussion. I would like to have the House Chair indicate that it'll be introduced as an amendment on the floor of the House.
Affirmative.
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone's cooperation on both sides. I think it's a good amendment. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 16, House Bill number 5215, an act establishing a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the state. The motion is to JF to the floor. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockaday,
Senator Hockaday votes yes.
Representative Palm, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan,
Efficaciously, yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzeno,
Representative Arseno, yes.
Representative Baumgartner,
Baumgartner is yes.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky, Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Harrison, yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn, yes.
Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Still don't like the name. I'll vote no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Representative Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And our last item, please, Mr. Clerk, call the roll for the consent calendar.
A roll call vote has been requested on the consent calendar. The consent calendar lists agenda item 3, House Bill 6609, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for smoke detectors. The motion is to JFS to the floor with LCO 5242. Agenda item 4, Senate Bill 100, an act establishing an account in the general fund to provide grants to towns that need PFAS testing and remediation. The motion is to JF to the floor. Agenda item 5, House Bill 5608, an act concerning solar photovoltaic facilities located on prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, or core forest lands. The motion is to JF to the floor. Agenda item 6, House Bill 6607, an act concerning the nighttime lighting of state-owned buildings at certain times for the protection of birds. The motion is to JFS to the floor. The LCO number is 5234. Agenda item 8, House Bill 6479, an act concerning climate resiliency funds and projects. The motion is to JFS to the floor. The LCO is 5218. Agenda item 9, Senate Bill 896, an act concerning tree removal on properties under the control of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. The motion is to JFS to the floor. The LCO is 5221. Agenda item 10, Senate Bill 120, an act requiring the Connecticut Airport Authority to comply with the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act for any historic structures and landmarks under the authority's control. Agenda item 11, an act, Senate Bill 121, an act requiring environmental impact evaluations for certain actions of the Connecticut Airport Authority. And agenda item 12, Senate Bill 965, an act providing funding for the removal of hazardous or dead trees by municipalities. The motion is to JF to the floor. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockadell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding,
Senator Harding votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzeno,
Representative Arseno, yes.
Representative Baumgartner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
Bitsky votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Harrison votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Shinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Rep. Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Beach.
Representative Beach votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item Roman numeral 4 on the agenda. Our next committee meeting will be a week from today, March 10th, to be followed by our next next and last public hearing on March 10th. Strap in for that one. Thank you, everyone, and we will remain in recess until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
If there is a clerk present, this is Rep. Palm. I'd like to vote on my missing bills.
Certainly. Let me just go through them quickly. I have House Bill 6608. That is Agenda Item 2, JFS to the floor with LCO 5239.
Did you say HB 5608 concerning?
08 with Amendment Letter 5458.
I'm sorry, I'm having a really hard time hearing. Hang on one sec, please.
Hope we can do it again real soon. Hopefully
now. Sorry, can you just repeat it one more time, please?
Certainly, no problem. That is House Bill 6608, Agenda Item 2, JFS to the floor. LCO is 5239 as amended by LCO 5458.
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you. House Bill 5602, that is, one second.
Seismic surveying, yes, I vote yes.
Yes. House Bill 6611, online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture, JFS to the floor with LCO 5332.
Yes, Palm votes yes.
964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, JFS to the floor with LCO 5229.
Palm votes no.
House Bill 5215, an act establishing a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the state.
Palm votes no. And do you need to see my face on, do I have to put my camera on?
Yes, I do.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Is that it?
I believe that is it, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Senator Gaston here. I would like to also vote for those that I missed.
Certainly. Okay, let me just get these in order quickly here. Okay. I have House Bill 6608, JFS to the floor, LCO 5239, as amended by 5458.
Senator Gaston votes. Could you talk a little bit details of that? 'Cause
Sure.
I forgot. Yep.
Sure. That is an act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants.
I vote yes.
House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. This is a JF to the floor.
Vote yes.
House Bill 6611, an act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. JFS to the floor with LCO 5332.
Vote yes.
Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. This is a JFS to the floor. The LCO is 5229.
Is this the one to limit the scope of the commissioner? Which one is this one?
One here, 964.
Yes, it's the consent order.
Is this Senate Bill 964?
Yes, this is agenda item 15, Senate Bill
Yeah,
964.
no. I vote no.
Okay. I have House Bill 5215, an act establishing a task force to study the, I have you on that, apologies. And I believe that is it, Senator Gaston.
Okay, so I just have a quick question. Senate Bill 964, is the, let me see here. Representative Gretzko, where does he line up on that, or is that inappropriate to kind of ask?
Just give me one. Give me 1 second here. Representative Gretzko, you said?
Yes.
He voted yes.
Okay, I vote yes.
Understood. That is a yes on 964 for Senator Gaston.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I see a lot of hands raised. Representative Baumgartner, I think you're at the top of the list.
Thank you.
I'll just go through quickly here. I have you on 6608. Here we go. House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. This is a JF to the floor.
Yes.
House Bill 6611, an act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. This is a JFS to the floor. The LCO is 5332.
Yes.
I believe that's it. You're good.
Thank you.
Representative Chafee,
Yes, I'm here.
do you mind turning on your camera?
If I must, I'm not that pretty right now, but I will.
Neither am I. House Bill 6608, an act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO 5230. Okay. House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. This is a JF to the floor.
Yes.
House Bill 6611, an act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5332.
Yes.
Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, JFS to the floor with LCO 5229.
No.
House Bill 5215, an act concerning a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the state. This is a JF to the floor.
No.
And the consent calendar. Would you like me to read off the items?
Yeah, I've got the list in front of me. I'm yes on consent.
Okay. Thank you. 1 second. Just 1 second here. Oh, Representative Chafee, I'm not sure if I have you on the first item on the agenda, House Bill 6606. The use of certain products made from polystyrene. This would be a JFS to the floor with LCO 5231.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's everything. Just 1 moment, please. Okay. So next I see Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I just wanted to change my vote on Senate Bill 964.
1 moment, please. Pull that one up. Okay, go ahead.
Representative Felipe votes no. And before we get to the other representatives, I just want to say, Mr. Towson, I don't know if you're on, but the tone that you took earlier during recess, I suggest next time it be a little warmer. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
I believe the next individual I see is Representative Reyes. Representative Reyes.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay. Just 1 moment here. House Bill 6606 and 6, an act concerning the use of certain products made from polystyrene. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO 5231.
That's a yes.
Okay. Okay. Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. This is a JFS.
That's a no. That's a no-go.
Thank you. And I believe that's it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Representative Horn.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Actually, give me 1 second. Apologies. I have Representative Dubitsky actually sitting right in front of me. Do you mind just waiting for 1 moment? Apologies. Maria. Hello again, Representative Horn. We'll take your votes now. I have you on first.
Okay.
One moment here. Okay, I have 5602, an act prohibiting high frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration.
Yes.
Yes. House Bill 6611, an act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5332.
Yes.
And I believe that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Dancho.
Hi there.
Hello.
I-
Hi.
I'm just looking to see, I came to the meeting late and I wanted to make sure that I had voted on something that I might have missed.
No problem. I'll just run through the list right now. I have House Bill 6606, an act concerning the use of certain products made from polystyrene, JFS to the floor, LCO 5231.
I'm going to vote no there.
Have you on that one? I'm just checking through the others quickly. I hope you don't mind.
No, yeah, just, I want to make sure.
I believe that's the only one.
Perfect. I only missed one. Awesome. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Representative Parker. All right.
Thank you.
I can see you now. That's good. House Bill 6606, act concerning the use of certain products made from polystyrene.
Yes.
JFS to the floor. Okay. House Bill 6608, an act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants.
Yes.
Okay. House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and
Yes.
oil exploration. That was a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. House Bill 6611, act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture, JFS to the floor, LCO 5332.
Yes.
Senate Bill 964, act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, JFS to the floor, LCO 5229.
No.
House Bill 5215, act establishing a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the state.
Yes.
And lastly, the consent calendar. Would you like me to read off the numbers?
That's all right. That's a yes too.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just a one no for me. You got that on whatever that was, 964.
A no, let me just make sure, because you asked. I have a no on 964, and I believe that was a yes on everything else.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Have a good day, everybody.
You too. Okay. Just seeing if there's anyone else. I see Representative O'Day. Representative O'Day, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
Would you mind turning your camera on for a moment?
Yes, there's my camera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops.
I have House Bill 6606, act concerning the use of certain products from polystyrene. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5231.
No.
House Bill 6608, act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5239, and amended by LCO 5458. The amendment came from Senator Harding.
Yes.
That was a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just make sure I've got you here. House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. JF to the floor.
No.
Okay. House Bill 6611, act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5332.
Yes. Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you. Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5229.
So I've been putting this bill in for 5 years. I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure it's going to get through, but
And I have House Bill 5215, an act establishing a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the state. JF to the floor.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
And lastly, the consent calendar. Would you like me to read off the bills?
No, you can. Representative O'Day votes yes on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Representative McGee.
How are you?
Good, yourself?
Good. I can't see you. Is that okay?
That's all right. Yeah, I've got my I've got the camera off here. Bad lighting. I've got House Bill 6606, an act concerning the use of certain products made from polystyrene. JFS to the floor with LCO 5231.
Yes.
House Bill 6608, act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO 5239 and amended by LCO 5458.
Yes, vote.
House Bill 5602, an act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. This is a JF to the floor.
Yes.
House Bill 6611, an act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5332.
Yes.
Senate Bill 964, an act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5229.
Which bill number was this again? Sorry.
964.
No.
House Bill 5215, act establishing a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the states.
Yes.
And lastly, the consent calendar. Would you like me to read off the list of bills?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. That is House Bill 6609 as JFS to the floor, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for smoke detectors. JFS to the floor, LCO 5242. Senate Bill 100, act establishing an account in the general fund to provide grants to towns that need PFAS testing and remediation. JF to the floor. House Bill 5608, an act concerning certain solar photovoltaic facilities located on prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, or core forest lands. JF to the floor. House Bill 6607, an act concerning the nighttime lighting of state-owned buildings at certain times for the protection of birds. JFS to the floor with LCO 5234. House Bill 6479, an act concerning climate resiliency funds and projects. JFS to the floor, LCO 5218. Senate Bill 896, act concerning tree removal on properties under the control of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. JFS to the floor, LCO 5221. Senate Bill 120, an act requiring the Connecticut Airport Authority to comply with the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act for any historic structures and landmarks under the authority's control. JF to the floor. Senate Bill 121, an act requiring environmental impact evaluations for certain actions of the Connecticut Airport Authority. JF to the floor. And Senate Bill 965, an act providing funding for the removal of hazardous or dead trees by municipalities. JF to the floor.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
You too.
Hello, Representative Dillon. You're muted still.
Thanks. Yeah, the Appropriations Committee's on, we've recessed for a minute, so
Okay.
I wanted to catch up. I guess I'll support yes on the consent calendar.
Okay, just give me one moment here. Representative Dillon is yes on the consent calendar. I'll go through the rest of these here. House Bill 6606, act concerning use of certain products made from polystyrene. JFS to the floor, LCO 5231.
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
Just one second. Sorry, that is 6606, act concerning the use of certain products made from polystyrene. JFS to the floor, LCO 5231.
Yes.
Yes, on Representative Dillon. House Bill 6608, act concerning the distribution of single-use plastic straws by certain restaurants. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5239, amended by LCO 5458.
I'm sorry, could you, I don't have the amendment before me. I was in a hearing. What does it do?
The amendment on House Bill 6608. Give me one second.
It's the one on straws?
I have,
I'm voting too. That was my amendment. So it just simply makes it a training requirement for the owner to train the waiters and waitresses to please ask the person who they're serving if they want a straw or not. So it's, yeah.
Okay, and this ended up being a party line vote or no?
no, I think it was unanimous.
Voice vote.
Yeah, the amendment was adopted unanimously by voice vote.
Okay, yes,
Can you just repeat that quickly?
yes,
Thank you. House Bill 5602, act prohibiting high-frequency commercial seismic surveying in Long Island Sound for gas and oil exploration. This is a JF to the floor.
yes, why are these roll calls? Okay, yes,
House Bill 6611, act concerning online dog licenses from the Department of Agriculture. LCO, JFS to the floor with LCO 5332.
yes,
Senate Bill 964, act concerning consent orders of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. JFS to the floor with LCO 5229.
no,
House Bill 5215, act establishing a task force to study the epidemic of domestic dog attacks in the state. JF to the floor.
yes,
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
yes,
Thank you. And I have you already on the consent calendar. I believe that is everything.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, Senator Anwar.
Yes, hi, this is Senator Anwar. I vote yes on all the bills.
Okay, that works, I think.
I'm all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, Mr. Clerk.
Hello, Representative.
Hi, Gaia. I just finished with public health. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry for disturbing you earlier. I didn't realize that you were taking votes over there. So
Yeah.
all we have to do is just the consent, which is very easy and quick. And
I was there, but I had to take a call and I'm like, oh, this is the last one. Okay. So is this typically how it's done? If we're remote, we just Zoom you at some point and
exactly before the votes close and we're still open. So I'm gonna just say very quickly, Representative Rader, and I'm gonna just say the bills, numbers and what we're doing. And then I won't say that, we'll just go through this quickly. So House Bill 6609, this is all consent, so I'll just go through it.
Yep.
House Bill 6609, we have JFS to the floor, LCO number 5242. An act concerning extended producer responsibility for smoke detectors, SB 100. JF to the floor, an act establishing a general fund to provide grants to towns that need PFAS testing and remediation. 5608, JF to the floor, an act concerning certain solar photovoltaic facilities located in prime farmland, state importance or core forest land. Actually, where you just, Representative, you just said that you were here for all of this. So what I think I might be able to do, unless there's any objection, I think I can just go through, since you were there, as you stated, I can give you the House Bill number.
fine. You don't have to read the descriptors. That's fine.
Great. House Bill 6607, LCO 5234, House Bill 6479, LCO 5218, Senate Bill 896, LCO 5221. On consent, Senate Bill 120, Senate Bill 121, and Senate Bill 965 for JF and JFS to the floor on the agenda. And those were all on the consent. How do you vote, Representative?
Representative Rader votes yes.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
Have a good weekend.
Guy, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.